Requesting vehicle. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Orbital inbound!
Not today!
Calling down a support weapon!
Throwing supply beacon!
Objective critical stratagem available.
Say hello to democracy!
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Elbow more! Clear the area! How about a nice couple flivered tea?
Terminate hive structure destroyed. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down a sentry!
Democracy has landed! Calling down a support weapon!
Requesting air support! Heavy, southeast, close. Freedom never sleeps! Heavy, on my position.
I'm out! Requesting order!
Sub-objective nearby.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Get some! Get some!
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
I'm out! Sending in an eagle.
Oh, freedom! Thank you. Heavy. Thank you.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Engaging terminal.
Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Dropping iron.
Calling down a support weapon.
200 meters.
Reloading. Heavy, on my position.
Orbital inbound!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray. Requesting orbital. Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting walker. Calling down fortifications.
Calling down supplies. Orbital incoming. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Dropping package. Tech pack inbound. Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
Say hello to Demok. Calling down a support weapon. Reloading. I'm out.
Orbital inbound.
New mag. Bug. Southwest. I'm out. Requesting orbital. Calling down a vehicle. Get some! Get some! Requesting advanced weaponry.
Engaging terminal. Requesting orbital. Orbital inbound. Rolling down fortification.
Sending in an eagle. I'm out. Calling in throwing supply beacon. Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon. Mission progress logged.
Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters.
Sending in an eagle. Eat this.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Requesting orbital.
Requesting air support.
Bug outpost.
Calling in reinforcements.
Helldivers!
Elbow armed. Clear the area.
Marking location. Southwest.
Reloading!
Bunghole. Southwest.
Tagging map.
Close.
East. 200 meters.
Tagging location. Never mind. Southwest. Bunghole. Southwest. Cancel that. Close.
Get some! Get some!
Bunghole. On my position.
Requesting orbital.
Bunghole. On my position.
Freedom forever!
Bunghole. Tagging location. On my position. Never mind. Bunghole. On my... Reinforcing! Requesting advanced weaponry! Reporting to the front. Calling in reinforcements!
Terminate outpost purged.
Reloading! Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending down support weapon.
I got the terminal. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Thank you. Orbital inbound.
Reinforce!
I need supplies. Have it! I'm on it. Orbital inbound. Requesting orbital. Throwing grenade. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting fortification.
Heavy. Southeast. On my position.
Supply. Fire in the hole.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Northwest. Marking location. Northwest. Heavy. I'm on it. That's called democracy! Get some! Get some! Engaging terminal. My life for Super Earth! Requesting advanced weaponry. I'm out. Supplies.
Tagging map. West. Far.
I got the terminal.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
Objective located. Supply east. Requesting orbital. Enemy elite. Southwest. Close.
Orbital barrage incoming.
Requesting air support.
Stand clear.
About. Mag's empty. Requesting vehicle. Got a sample. Reloading. Dropping a pin. West. 300 meters. Reinforcing!
Joining the fray!
Marking location. West. Enemy elite. Northwest, 50 meters. I'm out! Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon.
Cat back inbound.
New mag!
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
50 meters.
Bug hive spotted! Prepare to exterminate! Requesting sentry! Sending in an eagle! Calling down a support weapon!
New mag! Calling in reinforcements.
Half reinforcement budget remaining.
Southwest.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting orbital.
Dropping a pin. East, 50 meters.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital inbound!
Ready to liberate. Reinforcing. Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle. Heavy. Northeast. Close. Tagging location. Northeast. Never mind. Local. Northeast. 50 meters.
orbital.
Requesting air support. Heavy. East. Close.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting orbital.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Calling down a support weapon.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound.
Requesting fortifications.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Calling down a sentry.
I'm out. New mag.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Requesting fortification. Requesting tech pack. Requesting air support. Southwest, 50 meters. I'm out!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down a support weapon. Clear the area. Calling in reinforcements. Mag's empty.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
Over and over. Eventually it loses its snap. That's what happens to your bladder when you constantly force it to hold more than it should. When your bladder muscles Let's get right into it. Number 9. The bottled fire starter. That clear plastic water bottle in your car, the one for hot days, could burn your car to the ground. This sounds crazy, but it's simple physics. When sunlight passes through the curved side of a clear bottle filled with clear water, the light bends, a process called refraction. Just like a magnifying glass, the bottle focuses those sun rays into a tiny, super hot beam. If that beam lands on something flammable, like your car seat or a piece of paper, it can catch fire. Diani Amuchastegui, an Idaho power technician, found this out in 2017. He was in his truck on a hot day when suddenly, smoke. His leather seat was literally burning. The culprit was his plastic water bottle sitting in direct sunlight. For your water bottle to become an arsonist, a few things need to be perfect. The bottle has to be clear, and the water inside has to be clear. The bottle also needs to be in just the right spot, at the right angle to strong, direct sunlight. Firefighters at the Midwest City Fire Department even tested this, focusing sunlight through a water bottle onto paper, and it caught fire. While the chances of your car spontaneously combusting from a water bottle are rare, they're not zero. So tuck it under the seat or in the glove compartment. Number 8. The chicken contamination catastrophe. Rinsing raw chicken under the tap doesn't clean it. It actually sets the stage for a kitchen catastrophe. You're transforming your sink into a bacterial splash zone, spreading pathogens like salmonella all over your countertops, utensils, and even onto other foods. Scientists used high-speed imaging to watch what happens. The force of the water creates droplets that travel far beyond your sink, each a tiny germ carrier. Instead of washing away the threat, the water disperses it. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has been saying it for ages. Do not wash or rinse raw chicken. Modern processing methods already clean the poultry. Any leftover stuff just evaporates or can be dabbed with a paper towel. Washing it creates tiny bacteria vehicles, and washing doesn't kill the bacteria. Only cooking the chicken to an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit reliably kills them. The splash pattern changes based on your faucet's height. A higher faucet sends those germy droplets even farther. Your kitchen sink can become an infection zone. Skip the rinse. Keep raw chicken in its packaging until ready to cook. If there's residue, gently dab it with a clean paper towel. Always use separate cutting boards.
Hellpod launch initiated.
And utensils for raw poultry. Clean surfaces immediately with hot, soapy water. And cook your chicken thoroughly. Number 7. The flaming grease geyser. Your pan of oil catches fire in the kitchen. Your first instinct might be to douse it with water. That's a spectacularly bad idea. You're about to create the flaming grease geyser. Burning cooking oil is incredibly hot, well over 400 degrees Fahrenheit, or 200 degrees Celsius. Water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, or 100 degrees Celsius. When you throw water on that inferno, it doesn't just put it out. Water is denser than oil, so it sinks to the bottom of the hot pan.
Calling down a vehicle. Calling down support weapon. Deploying SOS beacon. Throwing supply beacon. Orbital incoming.
Firing
Calling in
orbital
an
barrage. Clear the area. Coming in hot.
I'm out. Call. Orbital incoming. Bug hole. South. 50 meters. Bug. South.
Stay down.
Send. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital inbound. Heavy. Southeast. Close. Requesting orbital.
Calling down fortifications. Calling in reinforcements.
Out of ammo! I need supplies. Democracy has landed. Heavy, on my position. Requesting advanced weaponry. Throwing grenade. Reloading. Orbital inbound. Reinforcing. Eat death!
Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters. Objective located, southwest. Calling down fortifications.
I'm out. Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way. Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Orbital, incoming.
Support weapon inbound. Calling down supplies.
Reloading! Requesting orbital.
Requesting orbital.
Fly. Liberty, save me! Hellbomb arm! Clear the area!
For prosperity!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Orbital inbound!
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down some...
Pack inbound! Going down a support weapon! Requesting sentry!
objective nearby.
Calling down objective equipment.
I'm out. Calling down a vehicle.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Package acquired. Dropping package.
I'll handle the terminal.
Making progress.
Mag's empty. New mag. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying support weapon.
Throwing supply beacon.
Mission
Orbital
at 30
inbound.
minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
Reloading. Calling. Ah! Eat that!
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Nailed him.
Requesting objective equipment.
Found something.
Heavy. East. Close.
Reloading. Heavy. North.
Calling
Sending in
down
an
a
eagle.
sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Nailed him.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Reloading.
Terminate hive structure
Requesting air
destroyed.
support.
Requesting sentry. South. 200 meters.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters. Jackpack inbound.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry.
L-bomb armed. Clear the area. L-bomb armed. Clear the area.
Requesting orbital. Reloading! Rare sample acquired.
Enemy tactical asset within range. Bug outpost
Calling down a
destroyed.
support weapon. Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry.
Unleashing democracy.
Reloading.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
I'm out.
Requesting orbital.
Eat that!
Reloading!
Requesting air support. Requesting vehicle. Thank you!
Delivering payload.
Requesting sentry!
Permanent outpost purged.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map. West. 300 meters.
Orbital. Tagging map. Northeast. 50 meters.
back.
Requesting orbital. Requesting
Firing
air
orbital
support.
barrage. Clear the area.
Calling in reinforcements. Ready to liberate. Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. Southwest, 50 meters. Calling down a support weapon. Bug. West. New mag.
Hellbomb, armed. Clear the area.
Orbit.
Last reload.
Requesting fortifications.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
New mag.
Dropping item. Calling down a sentry.
I'm out.
Requesting tac pack. Have a taste of democracy.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Sending in an eagle. Heavy. West. 50 meters. Orbital inbound. I'm out. Sentry.
Requesting orbital.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Helldivers never die.
Here.
Thank you.
Affirmative.
Reloading.
Supplies. You're here.
Requesting orbital. Ah! My life for Super Earth. Calling down a support weapon.
Reloading. How'd you like to taste
Calling
of
down supplies.
freedom? Feels good. Thank you. Get some! Get some!
I'm out.
Reloading!
I've got you.
I need supplies. Thank you.
Calling down a sentry.
Here! Thank you.
Real Helldivers! I don't believe it.
Mag's empty.
Tac pack
Requesting
inbound.
advanced weaponry.
Tagging location. Orbital inbound. Hauling down a sentry. Requesting orbital.
Orbital inbound.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I'm out. location. Northwest. Reloading.
Requesting sentry.
Heavy, south, close.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a vehicle. Marking location. Cancel that. Sentry, southwest. Requesting orbital.
Tagging location. Cancel that. South, bugs.
Orbital inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Get some! Get some!
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Reloading. Calling down a sentry.
Mag's empty.
Vehicle, east.
Mag's empty.
Dropping a pin. West, 300 meters.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
My leg! Heavy, northwest, on my position.
Not today!
Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Or...
Requesting fortifications.
No more. Reinforcing.
Heavy, southwest, 50 meters.
Ready to liberate. Requesting attack. Heavy, west, close.
Tag back inbound.
Reinforcing! Democracy has landed! Calling down a support weapon. On my Thank you! I'm out. Thank you. Affirmative.
I got the terminal.
Requesting sentry. Calling down supplies. Calling in extraction.
Requesting sentry.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Reloading.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Requesting orbital. Get some! Get some! My life for
ETA
super!
T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound. Requesting orbital. Reloading. Requesting it. Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Here. Calling down fortifications. Thank you. I've got you. Calling down a support weapon.
Here.
Orbital area.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting orbital. Reinforcing.
Helldiver, reporting to the front.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I've got you. Heavy. West, 50 meters.
Say hello to democracy. Thanks, FP.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting orbital.
ETA T-minus 20
Calling
seconds.
down a sentry. Orbital inbound. Requesting orbital.
Orbital inbound.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
I'm out. Throwing supply beacon.
Backpack inbound. Here.
Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Helldivers never die. Heavy. Southwest, 50 meters.
I'm out.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Hellbomb, mark. Clear the
Requesting
area.
air support.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Affirmative.
Down there, surrounded by superheated oil, the water instantly vaporizes. It turns into steam with explosive force, expanding about 1,700 times its original volume. This sudden steam explosion blasts droplets of burning oil up into the air. Now you have a cloud of flaming grease. With all that new surface area and oxygen, the fire intensifies and spreads like wildfire. What was a containable pan fire is now a kitchen volcano, spewing hot, flaming grease. Burning oil droplets are flying everywhere. A fantastic way to set your kitchen, and possibly yourself, on fire. The risk of severe burns is incredibly high. Instead, smother the flames with a lid, cutting off its oxygen, or use baking soda. A Class B dry chemical fire extinguisher works too. Water on a grease fire is a recipe for disaster. Number 6. greasing your wounds. You've just scalded your hand with boiling water. Your brain screams, butter, that old trick Grandma swore by, to slap some grease on it. Generations have passed this wisdom down. Even a 19th century surgeon thought sealing a burn with fat was smart, to keep the air out and stop infections. But butter is fat, a great insulator. When you slather butter on a burn, you're not cooling it. You're trapping all that heat inside, like a warm, greasy blanket. Your skin just keeps sizzling away, long after the initial burn. The number one rule for burns is cool water, immediately, for at least 20 minutes. Cool water pulls the heat out. Butter does the opposite. It forms a barrier, stopping cool water from doing. Number 5. The golden jellyfish blunder. You're at the beach, having a great time. Suddenly, a sharp pain. A jellyfish decided to give you a very unwelcome hug. Your friend remembers a famous tip. Pee on it. It sounds like it might work. Urine has salts and stuff. Wrong. So wrong. Jellyfish tentacles are covered in thousands of tiny stinging cells, cnidocytes, each holding a microscopic harpoon called a nematocyst, loaded with venom. When you get stung, these harpoons fire into your skin. The stuff in your pee often acts like fresh water on the sting. This badly messes with the jellyfish's stinging cells, making even more of those tiny harpoons fire. So instead of relief, you get another dose of venom. You're making the jellyfish sting you again. Medical experts are clear. Do not pee on a jellyfish sting. It's not just useless, it's actively bad. First, gently rinse the area with seawater, not fresh water, as that can also trigger more venom. If you see any tentacles still stuck on you, carefully remove them with a credit card or tweezers. Don't rub or scratch. Vinegar can help neutralize the stingers, but not for all jellyfish types. Then, soak the area in hot water, around 104 to 113 degrees Fahrenheit. If things get really bad, like you can't breathe or the pain is insane, go see a doctor immediately. Number 4. Venomous vacuum fail. You've seen it in movies. Someone gets tagged by a snake, and a hero whips out a little suction cup thingy, trying to suck that venom right out. Sounds smart. Too bad you've seen it in movies. Someone gets tagged by a snake, and a hero whips out a little suction cup thingy, trying to suck that venom right out. Sounds smart. Too bad it's dangerously dumb. Snake venom isn't just sitting there like a spilled drink waiting for a straw. The moment those fangs go in, that venom is on a mission. It zips through your tissues, hops into tiny blood vessels, and hitches a ride on your lymphatic system. It's spreading faster than gossip. And your trusty suction cup? Studies show these fancy pumps remove about 0.04% of the venom. You'd have better luck trying to empty a swimming pool with an eyedropper. While you're heroically removing almost none of the venom, you're doing a bang-up job of damaging the tissue around the bite. That aggressive sucking pulls out blood and other important fluids, leading to bruising and even necrosis, which is tissue death. There's also the infection risk. You're basically giving bacteria a VIP invitation to the wound party. Sometimes all that sucking and pulling can actually help the venom spread faster. The smart thing to do is stay calm. Keep the bitten limb still and lower than your heart, and get to a hospital fast. Keep the bitten limb still and lower than your heart, and get to a hospital fast. They have anti-venom, the only thing that actually works. Leave the sucking to vampires and actual vacuum cleaners. Number 3. The frostbite friction fiasco. You're out in the freezing cold. Your fingers start to go numb and white. Common sense screams, rub them, warm them up. But that's where common sense gets dangerously dumb. When it's cold enough, tiny, sharp ice crystals start forming in your skin. These aren't pretty snowflakes. They pull water out of your cells, drying them out. Your body constricts blood vessels, reducing blood flow and oxygen to your fingers and toes. If you rub that frozen skin, you're grinding those ice crystals into your already fragile.
The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense. Liberty's enemies march ever.
ship to the universally ideal temperature.
Hellbomb arm! Clear the area!
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
They won't like what they find.
Hellbomb arm! Clear the area!
Yeah, boy.
Bag's empty!
I did a search on X for carjackings and I stumbled across this. I have no idea regarding the location, but if I was a betting man, I bet this is not a small town. And this gentleman who parked man, I bet this is not a small town. And this gentleman who parks here, he doesn't really understand what it is that he's observing. Hey guys, retired Lieutenant Todd Heaton here with Humilitas First, helping you to understand how criminals and gangs are stacking the odds against you. These two guys, they're leading the wolf pack in what's gonna be a carjacking. Seeing two guys walk side by side, like normal people do, it's not a guarantee. Obviously, they can still launch a crime from this position. If you're parking your car and you see in the passenger rear view side mirror two men in this kind of a formation, put your car back into drive, take a little cruise. because the timing of your arrival, it's just no good. It's more like they're working or taking care of business. In the animal kingdom, we might call it a hunting formation. As our victim gets out of the driver's seat, watch the point man begin to initiate the draw. Now, I don't know what it is that they saw, what caused them to hesitate, but both abandon any attempt at this point of domination by means of getting the gun out. Number two, he's going to turn away, give this guy his back, and kind of stall out like he's admiring how exquisite this fence is. This is a lot like when you walk into the room and two people were talking about you and they stop talking. You got that awkward silence. Well, you got extremely awkward behavior happening here. And I do think that the driver picks up on that. Like he knows something's not right, but he doesn't really know what to do. Anytime the question pops into your head, what am I seeing here? You need more distance to let whatever that is develop. When people do odd things, odd behaviors, that can act like a kind of flashbang. It often causes confusion and hesitation. With the question, what is it that I'm seeing here? It draws your attention, which is why I believe our victim here gets distracted by and focused on number two because of his odd behavior. These tactics, they're going to work for the good guys or the bad guys. Now comes the drawing of the gun, which our victim most certainly sees and understands. Domination of the victim by threat of great bodily harm and death. There's an old saying relating to unjust criminals. Where there's one, there's two, or as in this case, five. Up until this point, we've just been focused on what's happening up around the vehicle. If you'll look up to the top right of your screen, you'll see some additional threats that are part of this wolf pack. Check this guy out and I'll show you another tactic or technique that they use. He's getting too close in direct alignment with the victim. So watch how he's suddenly going to pick a new line, a new alignment that's going to make it look like he's just crossing the street. He's no threat to this victim. It's a lie. He's just biding his time, waiting for robber number one to do his thing by filling his hand with the firearm and dominating this guy by threat of death. Now watch his hips and shoulders tell the truth, as suddenly his alignment changes and he's running to close the gap and reunite with his pack leader. A pack of wolves, well, they do what a pack of wolves do. A pack of unjust criminal aggressors, they kind of do the same thing. With that said, then what is the solution to a problem like this? You have to understand that proximity is king. You have to see this developing way earlier so that you get the timing of your arrival down. This is bad timing. You need to see this developing as you're backing in to park your car and just drive away early. Let these transient wolves, these pedestrians, let them pass through the area. Come back in 5 or 10 minutes and try it again. Because getting out of the car at this point, it's a really bad idea. Just being aware, it's not enough. You need to know what you need to be aware of. This kind of formation, it is a big red flag. Don't ignore it.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Initiating FTL jump to the Peelan system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
What about here?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
Let our enemies choke upon their
Requesting attack
territorial
package.
ambitions.
Support weapon inbound.
Calling down a vehicle.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Illuminate. Northeast.
How about a nice puff of liberty? New mag.
Requesting orbital strike.
Enemy elite. East. 50 meters.
fire.
Found something!
Dropping item. Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting sentry.
Canister's empty.
Sub-objective nearby.
Package acquired!
Got a sample.
Dropping package!
Outpost
Package
cleared.
acquired! Dropping package! Package acquired!
Found something. Canister's empty.
Dropping item!
Canister's empty. Calling in orbital strike.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
I'm sorry. Reinforcing!
Calling in
Reinforcements!
Tac pack inbound.
Requesting
Calling
air
down a
support!
support weapon.
Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting air support.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Sending in an eagle.
Stimming you.
Found something!
Activating jump pack. Reinforcing.
I need stems!
Requesting orbital!
Reinforcing.
Point me to the enemy.
Get some.
Reloading!
Reloading.
Requesting tac pack!
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
To the skies. a taste of freedom! Dropping package. Package acquired.
Box, northwest.
Changing ice!
Box, east.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting air support. For prosperity!
Heavy, northeast, 200 meters. Never mind.
Package calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. You will Helldivers never die!
Dropships, northeast. Cancel that.
Last reload!
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Sentry, southwest.
Requesting air support. Requesting tac pack.
Requesting sentry.
Package
I'm on
acquired.
the terminal.
Dropping package.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting sentry.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Dropping a pin. Southwest, 200 meters.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Reloading.
Say hello to democracy!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front.
Extraction shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Marking location. Support weapon. Never mind. Northeast.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting air support. Calling in orbital strike.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Well done. Lots of enemies killed, and
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
Go now, and should you fall, remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Deploying SOS beacon.
Sending down equipment package. Firing orbital strike. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Yeah, I told the those that I was running cancel. I think.
We don't
Tactical asset nearby.
Last reload!
Oh God!
Requesting tac pack.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Throwing grenade!
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling in reinforcements!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Calling down a sentry.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Requesting sentry.
Eat that!
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Boom! Target down!
Requesting
destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting air support.
Package acquired.
Say hello to democracy.
Dropping package.
Sending in an eagle.
Reinforcing.
Squid outpost
Package acquired. Requesting sentry.
Get some! Get some!
Boom! Target down!
Dropping package.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Samples collected.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling down a support weapon. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down
Calling
sentry.
down supplies. Have a taste of democracy!
Liberty dispensed.
Requesting air support.
Feels good.
Outpost destroyed.
Changing ice. How about it? Not
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tech pack inbound.
Outpost destroyed.
requesting air. Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital.
Last reload!
Destroyer has left the squadron.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting sentry. Helldiver Helldivers never die! Sentry, northeast.
Requesting air support.
Requesting vehicle.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Squids!
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Requesting orbital strike.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front.
Sending in an eagle.
Injury? What injury?
Requesting air support.
Found something. Rare sample acquired.
Calling in a hell bomb. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Objective complete.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Found something!
Outpost cleared.
Calling in orbital strike. Rare sample acquired. Calling down a sentry.
Throwing grenade!
Get some! Get some! Request. Eat dead! I do like the taste of burritos. Eat this!
Reinforcing. Requesting objective equipment.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Not today! Sending in an eagle! Throwing supply beacon! Calling in reinforcements!
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Calling down a vehicle! Ah!
Reinforcing.
Requesting sentry. Heavy. South, 50 meters. Request. Reinforcing!
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
New mag. Sending in an
Calling
eagle.
down a sentry. Calling down supplies. My life for Super Earth.
Calling down a sentry.
I do like the taste of freedom.
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
Engaging terminal. Freedom never sleeps. They have throwing grenade. Feels good.
Sending in an eagle.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Canister's empty.
Requesting air support.
Calling in reinforcements. Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike.
Liberty save me. Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
Spot west. Requesting sentry.
Throwing supply beacon.
Spot Northeast.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Sending in an Eagle. Calling in orbital strike. More front! Fire in the hole! Get some! Get
Attack
some!
inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound. Calling in orbital strike.
Changing eyes.
Sending in an Eagle.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Sending in an Eagle.
Requesting orbital strike. Canisters empty.
Calling down a sentry.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Sending in an Eagle. Throwing supply beacon.
Target in. West. 11 meters.
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Canisters empty. in orbital strike.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support. Requesting orbital strike.
Get some! Get some!
Requesting sentry.
New canister!
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Injury? What injury?
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction
Calling down
be
a sentry.
swift.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Freedom forever! To the skies! Sending in an eagle!
5 minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
Found something! Calling in extraction!
Deploying equipment package. Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Point me to the enemy!
Reloading!
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Calling in orbital strike! Calling down a sentry!
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy!
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
How'd you like to taste of fruit? Requesting orbital Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Eat that!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Always good to have another hero on board. We lost many good Helldivers today.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
The galaxy looks to you for
Calling down a
salvation.
vehicle.
Support
Let
weapon
nothing
inbound.
stand in the way
Deploying
of
SOS
liberty.
beacon.
Support weapon inbound.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down support weapon. Tagging map, east. 200 meters. Affirmative. Thank you.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Requesting sentry.
Throwing supply beacon.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling in orbital strike. Sending in an eagle.
That's called democracy.
Got him. Outpost destroyed.
Marking location.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Dropping a pin. South. 300 meters. Affirmative. Requesting sentry. Illuminate east. Calling down a support weapon. Bots, south.
Affirmative.
Bots, southwest.
I'll take this. Thank you, Dad. Heavy, on my position. Requesting orbital strike. Orbital inbound.
Engaging. I'll take it.
Calling down supplies. Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle. Heavy, north, close. Request. Calling in orbital strike. Reinforcing.
New man.
Outpost destroyed.
Found something.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tech pack inbound. Objective located. South.
Calling down a sentry.
Objective nearby.
Changing eyes. Thank you.
Dropping a pin. West.
Throwing supply
200
beacon.
meters.
Calling down supplies.
Have a taste of democracy.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Calling in a hell bomb. Sending in an eagle. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Objective complete.
Negative. Follow me.
Illuminate. Southwest. Close.
Marking location. Supplies. Tagging location.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters. Calling down a sentry.
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcing.
Supplies. Thank you. Supplies. reinforcing. Bob,
Request
out.
advanced weaponry.
I'm sorry.
Headland. Going down a support weapon.
Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters. Affirmative. Found something!
Flat light pursuit.
Squid outpost. Calling down supplies. Calling down a vehicle.
Outpost cleared.
Requesting air support! Calling down a sentry! Calling down a sentry! Sending in an eagle! Illuminate! Illuminate, west.
Affirmative. Thank you.
Samples collected.
Requesting sentry. Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy, south,
Orbital
50
inbound.
meters.
Requesting
Requesting
orbital
air
strike.
support.
Firing orbital strike.
Requesting sentry.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may
Attacking
extract
north,
when ready.
300 meters.
Get some! Get some!
Dropping a pin. North. Far.
Say hello to democracy!
Tagging map. North. 300 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Have a taste of democracy! Requesting orbital. Ah! Mag's empty. Changing ice.
Thank you.
Sending in an eagle.
Another one bites the dust.
Mag's empty.
Calling in a hell bomb. Attacking map. Northwest. 100 meters. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Follow me.
Last
Objective
reload.
located. Northwest.
You will never destroy our way of poop.
Calling in reinforcements.
Tactical asset nearby.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling down a sentry. Dropping package. Requesting air support.
My life for Super Earth.
Sending in an eagle. Bots, south. Affirmative. Thank you. Sending in an eagle. Package acquired. Dropping package. Tagging location. Southeast. Illuminate. Requesting sentry. I'm sorry. Calling in reinforcements.
Throwing supply beacon. I'm out.
Mission at 20 minutes
North.
remaining.
Illuminate. North. Ah!
Requesting sentry.
Orbital inbound.
Package acquired.
Calling down a sentry.
Dropping package. Calling in reinforcements. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Got us.
Calling down a sentry. Tagging location. East. Dropping package.
Calling in reinforcements.
We've got equipment.
Calling in orbital strike.
Orbital strike incoming.
Heavy. 50 meters. Eliminate wire.
Reinforcing!
Dropping tech.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Marking location. West.
Reinforcing.
Ready to liberate.
Cancel that.
Sending an...
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry.
Requesting vehicle.
Tagging location. Illuminate. Southeast. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting orbital strike.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging map. South. 200 meters.
Mag's empty.
Marking location. Southwest. Marking extraction point. Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Tac pack inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
New mag.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Reinforcing.
Calling down supplies.
Democracy has landed.
Bots. North.
Dropping a pin. Down a southeast. 50 meters. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support. Requesting sentry.
Orbit.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Request. Calling.
Democracy's on its way.
Illuminate. Mag's empty.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry! Affirmative.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
New mag.
Dropping item.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction
Landing
zone.
an eagle. Ah!
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Marking extraction point.
Requesting it. Ah!
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
All these samples will help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
Operation complete.
Mission coordinates locked. thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
What's up, legends? The new Warbond just dropped, titled The Masters of Ceremony. And you already know how these videos play out. I've got the entire Warbond unlocked, and I tested every single item one by one against each and every faction in the game. And we'll go over all of the different items here, and at the end of the video, I'll give you my overall thoughts about the Warbond. So use the timestamps below to your advantage. So let's not waste any more time and let's jump straight into it, shall we? So let's go ahead and take a look at the Warbond's first page, and right away we're met with personally the item I was looking forward to the most, the R2 Amendment Primary Marksman Rifle. We're going to be comparing it here closely with the Diligence Marksman Rifle, as that's the closest weapon to the amendment. First off, let's take a look at its stats. We're looking at 200 damage per shot, which is pretty good. That's more than the Diligence, but we are looking at only 20 shots instead of 25. Also a little bit more recoil, but it also wins in the fire rate, which overall it says that this weapon has a far better damage output than the Diligence at the cost of recoil. I should also mention that both of these weapons share a light armor penetrating value, so there is no difference there. And yeah, I should say there's going to be of recoil and has a far better damage, which is pretty good. That's more than the Diligence, but we are looking at only 20 shots instead of 25. Also a little bit more recoil, but it also wins in the fire rate, which overall it says that this weapon has a far better damage output than the Diligence at the cost of recoil. I should also mention that both of these weapons share a light armor penetrating value, so there is no difference there. And yeah, I should say there's going to be a lot more of a recoil difference between these two, as this comparison does not quite show the full picture. When we customize the Diligence sniper rifle, we're able to add attachments such as the vertical foregrip as well as the compensator, which will surely turn this sniper rifle into a laser beam at max level. But when we move over to the new primary weapon, we're met with a bit of a disappointment, as we've only got scopes to add to the amendment. That's surely disappointing, but what's even more disappointing in my opinion is when we compare the Diligence with the new weapon's advanced stats. Let's put them side by side here so it paints a clearer picture. The Diligence will of course win in recoil, especially considering you can put on attachments to further improve it. But not only that, it also has twice as fast ergonomics, making it a much better feeling weapon when you're trying to snipe out those weak spots. And we're also looking at 40 more shots in
Requesting. Sending in an eagle. Calling in branch. Requesting air support.
Heavy, southeast, 50 meters.
Thank you. Mag's empty. Thank you.
Mag's empty. Affirmative.
Mag's empty.
Illuminate. North. Reinforcing.
Affirmative. Enemy patrol, southeast. Reporting to the front. Tagging map, north.
Sending in an eagle. Orbital inbound. Illuminate. Calling in orbital strike. Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Affirmative.
Bots, southwest. Calling in reinforcements.
In total over the amendment, and to top it all off, we're also looking at a faster reload time on the Diligence as well. So let's cut to the chase. The Diligence is far more superior statistically than the amendment is. The new weapon only has a theoretical higher damage output than the Diligence does, and with that, let's take it to the battlefield and see if that higher damage output can make up for its lackluster stats. When we start off with the Terminids here, the amendment is capable of one-shotting warriors, shriekers, and hunters pretty comfortably. And it's not that bad at dealing with Alpha Commander either, but that's kind of where it dies off. It kind of can't really do anything else against any other enemy type, but you might think, well, that's kind of how all light armor penetrating weapons work against the Terminids. But the difference is this weapon will kind of struggle in controlling a large wave of bugs trying to hunt you down due to its very low ammo economy and its rather sluggish ergonomics. The Diligence, once again, when comparing to it, will far outshine it in this area. Now you can kind of improve its ergonomics a little bit by swapping to a reflex sight, although not by much. Either way though, I would definitely recommend keeping the reflex sight to try to assist in its sluggish ergonomics as much as you can. So for Terminids, I just think it's kind of a miss. Pretty much every other weapon in the game will kind of outperform it when having to handle the constant aggressive nature of the Terminid. Moving over to the automatons, we're instantly met with one issue. The automaton faction tends to be heavier armored, which oftentimes require us to hit very accurate shots on their weak spots if you're packing a light armor penetrating weapon. So of course, if the enemy only has light armor, you'll be shredding right through them, as this weapon does kind of hit pretty hard. But the problem is that there aren't that many light armor enemies on the automaton side. You'll be killing small troopers, berserkers, devastators if you're very accurate with your shots, and maybe rocket striders if you shoot the rockets on their side, but that's kind of about it. Once again, we're met with the issue of ergonomics. Due to its sluggish feeling, it is rather challenging to consistently hit headshots on devastators, so once again, this weapon is gonna fall short on automatons as well. If you want a proper sniper to use on automatons, I'd stick with the Diligence once again, or the Diligence counter sniper. Lastly, for the Illuminate faction, the amendment is pretty decent at blowing up the glowy heads on flesh mobs due to its damage, but there's no areas in which it has this sort of glowing performance worthy enough of mentioning. It's very mediocre against overseers, it doesn't have good ammo economy for dealing with votelesses, and it doesn't really have armor penetration for stingrays or harvesters, and there are tons of other weapons that outshine it against the flesh mobs. So yeah, that's kind of the amendment in a nutshell. Now let's move on to page 2 of the Warbond, where we come across the new Saber melee weapon. If you've watched my previous videos, then you'll know I am not a fan of melee weapons in Helldivers 2 whatsoever. I think the melee weapons offer far too little, and you can't block or parry in Helldivers anyway, so you're kind of just sitting there spamming your melee attack as the enemy spam their melee attack, and yeah, it's just not not that great in my opinion. But anyways, biased opinions aside, the Saber has the same damage as the hatchet, and it will pretty much perform the exact same. There is a little bit of stagger, but you can basically not even notice it, and the enemies will just kind of overpower you the vast majority of the times. At least the stun baton and lance can stun the enemy in place, giving you a fighting chance. But with the Saber, you'll just be button smashing, hoping that your damage output will be higher than your enemies. So with that said, against the Terminids, you'll be overpowered all the time. You'll be having to use like all of your stems within a 30-second window, unless you find yourself fighting smaller and weaker bugs, or one bug at a time. The Saber does look absolutely majestic though, especially when you ADS. It looks really, really cool, but speaking from a gameplay perspective and not a role-playing one, then the sword is very lackluster. It's more of a cosmetic choice than anything. Moving over to the automatons, you do have the advantage of being able to use a shield to close the gaps between you and your enemy, but let's be real here, guys. You want to look cool and have an awesome cosmetic and maybe roleplay as a fearless frontline Helldiver, then great. But this isn't going to do anything relevant against the automatons, so let's just kind of move on. It's also going to be a pretty similar story against the Illuminates as well. You're going to be doing very low amounts of damage with minimal stagger. You're just going to be getting tossed around by overseers and flesh mobs all the time. You're not going to be doing anything for yourself or for your team other than distracting the Illuminate for about 2 seconds before you're swiftly murdered. So in other words, I truly think the Saber is like an F-tier weapon if you're looking for good performance. If you want to use it as a cosmetic, great, but that's about as far as it goes. Moving away from the Saber, let's take a look at the new armor sets that are present in both page 1 and page 2. Once again, cosmetically speaking, these look fantastic. Arguably my favorite looking armor set in the entire game. Truly, it looks really good. But let's take a look at what matters in terms of in-game performance, and that's going to be the armor set passive. We've got the reinforced epaulettes. I think that's how you pronounce that. It gives the wearer a 50% chance to avoid limb injury, which in other words, you'll be breaking your limbs half as much as you usually do when using this armor set. And I'm really sorry, but put this bluntly, that's really, really bad. The simplest way I can put this is, if I'm getting hurt to the point that my character is going to be breaking limbs, then I've probably already taken too much damage anyways, which means that I'm just going to be stimming, which makes limbs protection kind of redundant. I think that was really poorly thought out. I can't ever see a reason to use this armor passive. I mean, maybe if it was like 90% protection against limbs breaking, then maybe that's a different conversation, but even then, I'm not really sure. There's no way I will pick it in this current state over something like the Urban Legends armor set that increases reload speed by 30% and ammo capacity by 20%. So yeah. Anyways, moving on to page 3, we've got a booster, a stratagem, and a nade. Let's knock out the booster first. It gives you a 15% chance to pick up double samples on a single sample pickup, which is going to be used strictly for sample farming, which right now there isn't really anything for us to spend samples on unless you're low level. Who knows? Maybe this is hinting at an upcoming update that will get us to finally use these samples. As for the new Pyrotech grenade, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. If you manage to get an enemy near its Beyblade-like spinning effect, this grenade will do a ton of damage. I've seen it pretty much one-shot overseers, and a solid couple of these get rid of a charger, so that's pretty good, not to mention its potential AoE damage. The reason why I have mixed feelings about it though is that the grenade is is rather random to use. It'll oftentimes just spin away from where you originally threw it and completely miss the targets. So I'll say it has potential to be an amazing grenade, but until we kind of figure out a more consistent way to control it, it might be a little bit too inconsistent to rely on. Against the Terminids, it's not bad at all. Like I said, if the spin of it catches pretty much any small to medium bug, it will tear them apart, and it even has potential to kill off chargers. The AoE is kind of so-so. It's not bad, but it's not great. I think the regular incendiary grenade is going to be a better pick if you just want an AoE clear type of grenade. But yeah, it's definitely present in this grenade as well. The grenade does have potential to be both a medium-sized unit killer as well as an AoE horde clear type of grenade, which I found really good to throw a couple of these on top of a bug breach. It feels like it wipes out a big chunk of it pretty consistently. As for the automatons, there isn't much to talk about there. The automatons are very resilient to fire damage, so you shouldn't really expect much from it. It can, of course, kill them. It's just not really going to be something that'll perform better than like a thermite or even an impact grenade. As for the Illuminates, it's interesting. It does have potential to kill tons of Voltluses, and it actually deals really good damage versus Overseers and Flesh Mobs, but due to its inconsistent spinning nature, it makes these grenades rather difficult to rely on. Where gas grenades can take out entire hordes of Voltluses and confuse Overseers and Flesh Mobs consistently, the Pirate...
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Got a sample. Thank you.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Found something.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Thank you.
Orbital in power.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Got a sample.
Marking location. Never mind. South. I need a team reload.
Requesting vehicle.
New mag. Fly beacon.
That's called democracy.
That's empty. My life pursuer.
Reloading. Squid! Requesting air support. Requesting orbital. Requesting orbital strike. Heavy. Southwest. Close. Illuminate. West.
Get some! Get some! Injury? What injury?
Requesting orbital.
Requesting orbital strike.
Calling down objective equipment.
On life for Super Earth.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
I got the terminal.
Mission progress logged.
Thank you.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters. Sending in an eagle. Thank you.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Reloading.
Calling down supplies.
Sending down equipment package.
Bag's empty. Reinforcing.
Democracy has landed. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Reinforcing.
Calling in reinforcements. Marking
I'm
location.
sorry.
Reporting to the front.
Tech will never really match that consistency at being useful. So the grenade does have potential, but that potential is rather difficult to get under control, and that may be a huge turnoff for a lot of people. Personally, I generally would prefer bringing a grenade that I can consistently rely on, such as the gas grenade or thermites. I do think, though, that the pyrotech grenade is currently the best thing about this warbond so far in terms of efficiency. I do want to try to get these spinning effects under control, though. Now, onto the big talk of town, the one true flag. And listen, I won't waste your time and I won't waste mine. This is strictly a lore stratagem. Its damage is like the same as a stun lance, except instead of stunning it, it staggers enemies, and I'll admit it staggers them a pretty solid amount, and it does have a farther reach than the stun lance as well, but that comes at a very expensive cost. You have to waste a stratagem slot entirely for the flag, and you have to waste your support weapon slot as you carry it around in the battlefield for a weapon that's just arguably a little bit better than the secondary weapon stun lens that doesn't cost as nearly as much. So ultimately, the flag is going to be this role-playing choice, much like the saber. It's not really worth bringing unless you just want to role-play with your friends and have a good casual time at lower difficulties, which is completely fine. So to finish off the war bond, I want to quickly mention the capes, the player cards, the title, and the emotes. I genuinely love all of these. I'm not even kidding. I think this cape, for example, is the coolest looking cape in the game right now, and this is the coolest looking player card in the game right now, which kind of summarizes this war bond in a nutshell. This war bond is essentially a purely cosmetic war bond. If you're looking for effective weapons, effective stratagems, and grenades to bring into your high difficulty games, this war bond is not going to be for you. What you will find in this war bond is a lot of lore related items and really cool cosmetics. And as far as cosmetics go, I do honestly think this is the best war bond out there right now. But again, with a massive contrast to that, because on the other hand, I do honestly think this is the worst warbond ever released in terms of efficient weaponry, armor sets, or stratagems. I wish we could have struck a middle ground here with this warbond, where we could have gotten both the role players some really cool content and cosmetics, but also given us good armaments to fight off the new Illuminates and of course the good old bugs and bots. But yeah, I'm really loving the weapon customization updates, so back onto that we go. That's all for today's video, boys and girls, and I'll be catching you legends on the next one. Peace!
Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Oh, the Helldivers
Freedom's
came
greetings
for us.
once again, Helldivers. Erevin here, and today we're going to be going over everything you need to know about the...
Changing eyes. Calling down a vehicle.
New mag. We're safe.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike. Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package.
Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Objective located. South. Real Helldivers!
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
Southeast. 200 meters.
Affirmative. Calling down a sentry.
Dropping a pin. East. 100 meters.
Extraction is available.
Thank you.
Outpost cleared.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
My leg!
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Found something!
Requesting orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling in orbital strike. Reinforcing!
Reinforcement budget running low. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Mag's empty.
Illuminate. Tagging location, southeast.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Found something! Supplies, southeast. Affirmative.
I'm on it.
Thank you. Rare sample acquired.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Calling in reinforcements. Democracy has landed.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Requesting orbital Requesting sentry.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Well done. killed, and lots of samples to help us figure out how to kill even more. Have too many heroes fight.
Liberty's enemies march. If this happens, start saying your prayers.
Money! This situation might seem really sketchy, and I agree it wouldn't be a fun one to be in, but these people are lucky that these are not grizzly bear cubs. This is a video that I got tagged in here on TikTok. It shows these two hunters hiding in a tree, and then we can see these two black bear cubs who climb up the tree. And everyone knows bear cubs are not the best animal to be around because the mother is somewhere nearby and will likely attack you. Except, when it comes to black bears, this is not actually necessarily true. According to my research, there's only been 61 recorded deaths in the United States since 1900 at the hands of black bears. And only 3 of those fatalities were from female black bears with cubs, and even then, they were not actually defending their cubs at all. The reason being is black bear cubs can actually just climb trees to get away from predators, so it's not really necessary to defend them. When it comes to grizzlies though, you need to stay the hell away from them because they will kill you if you're next to their cub.
If this happens, start saying your prayers.
Money! This situation might seem really
This demon can be defeated in the weirdest way ever. Its origin might entail that it cannot be really killed, but that doesn't mean we can't beat it. Rest assured this will probably be my most weird and schizo video yet. My own subs, my own fans will look at me weird after this, okay? I promise you now. Can you kill the smile demon? Can you really kill it? The simple and short, sweet answer is probably no. This is an eldritch, godly abomination, and we are just pathetic humans. There's nothing we can do. It's not as simple as, oh, as soon as we find its physical form, we can stab it and shoot it and kill it. No, you can't do that. But, you could maybe trap it. You could diffuse it of its power and make it almost nothingness, okay? Now, what do we know about this demon? It attaches to trauma. That's how it passes to people, through trauma. It thrives on fear. The more psychologically broken you are with everything it throws at you, the easier a victim you are, okay? You can't just run, because it alters reality. It alters your very perception of everything that's happening to the point where it can manipulate you to do what it wants. And it only leaves when it gets its feeding. That's you offing yourself in front of somebody else, okay? Now, in order to fight this demon at any cost, you need prep time. You're not coming at this with, oh, this is my first time ever seeing this demon. No. You need to have prep time. You need to have long, gratuitous planning. You need to have a full-on regime, a full-on regimen to beat this thing, okay? Now, this creature is much easier to deal with as an outsider, all right? It's as simple as find the person who's infected, observe their movements, get them isolated somewhere, and have the coldest stone sniper you know shoot them in the head. And it has to be done when they're away, when their head is not facing you. Otherwise, the demon can figure out a way to use trauma and spread. Shoot it. Done. The demon has been contained. Only problem with that logic is it could probably still spread. Why? Think about how this demon would have gotten here in the first place. It would have. It exists in another dimension, let's say. and it waits to enter our world through trauma. Let's say it's very similar to how people who've lost someone and are sad, they perform a seance to try to get a message to the other side, and they accidentally let a demon in, right? We've seen this in many movies. Well, it's possible that enough trauma happened in the world through an event that this demon was let in through that. Very plausible that if we end the chain here, that it could start again somewhere else. That's how this demon first came here. It exists in the space between spaces, a dimension. So, instead of offing the person who has it and letting it go back into the dimension and find another opening, you need to trap it in another dimension, in a dimension of our own making, okay? And remember what happened at the end of Smile 2. Everyone's almost possessed now. This Taylor Swift level singer offed herself in front of an audience of fans who were filming it on a live stream so all their social media people could watch. That's a lot of people that just got infected, a pandemic. So it's going to be very hard to save the world. It's every man for himself. So this protocol can be designed to maybe help the world, but it mostly, what you're doing here is you need to figure out a way to be immune to this thing. So this video will be about how to fight this demon when it's inside you. It's the hardest thing. I don't think anybody's figured this out. If anyone on YouTube has figured this out, I hate them. Don't listen to them, okay? Now, there are a couple ways that you can survive, right? You can break the chain and pass it to somebody else, but at what cost, what moral cost? And this demon's still going to be coming around. People are still going to be dying on that. You can face it without fear. Okay, easier said than done. What are you going to Batman it? Like Batman did to the fear toxin of Scarecrow? This is not a toxin. This is a demon that adapts and destroys you. You can trap it in an empty room so that it can't get to anyone else. But at some point, it's going to figure out a way to break your perception of reality and make you think you're in a trapped room. That's the issue. Right? Kill it. How? We need to figure that out. Do a lot of cocaine and drugs like me to the point where your brain chemistry is so warped that you're a useless vessel to it, right? That's still a problem because I do coke and I'm still afraid of brunettes smiling in the dark. So it still figures out a way to get to your fear, all right? You can try journeying into the occult where you do some freaking ritual or something that can trap it into an object or something like that, right? Like the Annabelle doll or something like that. You can try to trap into an object, but this is all, we don't know if that'll even work because this is not the same demon as Annabelle or any of those demons we've seen in the Conjuring universe. This is a freaking virus. The other thing is, people say, just laugh, have the ability to laugh at everything it throws at you. Be stoic or be a psychopath, right? Very easy to say. You can't just, I'm a psychopath now. No. Now, we have the right train of thought here when it comes to mentally preparing yourself for everything it throws at you. But just as, you can't say something as simple as, become a psychopath and like the Joker and just laugh at everything it throws at you. Very easy. Convenient, easy solution to say, but it's very hard in practice. You have to trap it. You can be as stoic and as psychopathic as you want. At some point, it will get at you. At some point, this demon will figure out to manipulate your pains and fears against you and destroy reality itself around you. So you need to trap it. You need to get it to the point where it is vulnerable to be trapped. Here's how you would do it, all right? Remember, this is going to take prep time. You need about 1 to 1.5 years of prep time, okay? So you need, this assumes that we're in a world where people know about the Smile demon, people are getting infected left and right, and you have evidence, you have first-hand accounts, you know how this demon operates and functions, okay? So this is going to be 1 to 1.5 years of you preparing for this. A 5 mile to what happened. She offed herself in front of a crowd. That crowd had cameras. It's implied that they got infected and the people watching through their cameras got infected because they all got the trauma, which tells me this is a being born of perception. Perception that creates trauma. It's not a physical entity like we've seen before, right? So the camera feed works, okay? And you need to be in pure isolation in one room the entire time. You're going to be alone with your thoughts and the demon. This is going to be a very intimate infection stage. So you have to be prepared for this. Okay, you need to have a room built for this too, by the way. You need to have this room already built in, and you need to not know what the hell's happened to the room so the demon can't manipulate your mind and see your memories, okay? We're going to have security cameras set up.
Welcome to the Kill Count, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies and show you how they were made. I'm James A. Janice, and today we're looking at Smile 2, released in 2024. The first Smile was the highest grossing horror film of 2022, so even if it didn't need a sequel, it was getting one. I definitely thought we didn't need a Smile 2, but thankfully, writer-director Parker Finn returned turned to follow up his own idea, making it bigger in scope and stakes and heavier in dancing. The supersized sequel is centered around Sky Riley, a pop star mounting a comeback tour after surviving a traumatic event. After Sosie Bacon's performance as Rose in the first film, Finn needed another strong character to build Smile 2 around. Like Rose, Sky is an emotionally intelligent but wounded person who struggles to be believed due to others' perceptions of her. I absolutely loved the first Smile. I thought it was scary and slick and had a dark sense of humor deep below the surface. I'm happy to say, I love Smile 2 even more. It's everything the first movie was, but better. It's got memorably impressive sequences and is more openly funny while maintaining its pitch black dark edge. And of course, it's scary as all hell. I mean, we're talking the best jump scares in the game here, folks. In fact, scary as all hell. I mean, we're talking the best jump scares in scares in the game here, folks. In fact, this might sound hyperbolic, but I almost feel like Smile and its sequel are the standard bearers for what good horror can be. I'm not saying they're the best horror movies, but they might best represent the spirit of the genre. The kind of movie where the theater's full of nervous giggles the whole time, punctuated by collective screams. Like, if your non-horror friends said they wanted to watch a really scary movie, just recommend this one. They'll have a great time shitting themselves. Plus, it's got brain behind it. There are interesting themes beneath that wicked sense of humor and all those jump scares.
Jesus, fuck!
There are interesting themes beneath that wicked sense of humor and all those jump scares.
Jesus, fuck!
Of course, I am biased towards the subject matter. Y'all know I love my pop girlies. And Sky Riley is a kick-ass pop star, thanks to the incredible acting and musical talents of Naomi Scott. This isn't like Trap. All due respect to Lady Raven, but she put on a pretty mid concert in that movie. Sky Riley is a pop star to the Gaga degree, and the movie's music and choreo match the part. I love Smile 2 so much, it makes me never want to write a sequel off as unnecessary ever again, at least not before seeing it. Parker Finn proves if you try hard enough, you can one-up yourself. Will this curse go to an... Whoa! Zoran, what's wrong?
Ranger, it's an emergency. The people of this world are so...
Find out and get to the kills. So 6 days since Joel witnessed Rose go up in flames. It's been 6 days since the end of the first film, so 6 days since Joel witnessed Rose go up in flames. Oh, and speak of the flaming devil, there she is! But I already counted you last time, Rose. You ain't going on the count twice. Joel's terminal with the Smile Demon, which we learned all about in the first movie. It causes you to hallucinate. Reminders of hallucinate reminders of your trauma. Before a week's up, the smile demon will slide down your throat and make you traumatize another person via, well, you know what. Then that person becomes infected. And the smile demon carries on. There's only one way to rid yourself of the demon, and you can't dance yourself clean LCD style. You have to pass it on to another person via trauma by violently killing someone else right in front of them. It worked for Robert Talley, so Joel's hoping it'll work for him too, and he's found the most ethical way he can think to do it. In an incredible unbroken one take that's over 6 minutes long, Joel ambushes a pair of drug-dealing brothers who murdered a mother and her child. He doesn't want an innocent to suffer, so he's targeting these categorically bad men.
I brought something to give you.
Uh-huh.
But you have to watch what I'm doing.
It's a magic trick. Now you see this knife blade, now you don't, as he stabs into Alexei, slicing and dicing him up in a traumatic way. That should pass the curse on to Yev, who starts a shootout with Joel. Joel gets hit, but so does Yev, which really mucks up Joel's plan.
You can't die! It needs somebody to fucking pass you!
But the smile demon can't pass on to Yev, because Yev's dead, baby. Yev's dead. In spite of his best laid plan, Joel's still stuck with this fucking demon.
Fuck!
Or maybe not, since someone else was there and witnessed both these kills. A guy named Lewis who wanted to buy some drugs. Joel tries to explain the rules to him until more gang members show up. The incredible one take continues as Joel looks for an escape and eventually kicks a window unit out like a G. I love the stunt of him rolling out the window and onto the storm cellar doors. It's great to see a good guy get away with something. Oh my fucking, come on! Now, we knew it was bound to happen, but it's still tragic that such an ethical character wound up violently smeared across the road. Still, Smile's evilness is played for dark laughs. I mean, there's literally a card that says how we're feeling right now. Bad. Then Joel's blood streak makes a fucking smile? Come on, man, that's pretty funny. And it's all capped off by this title card 2. Whoa. This opening oneer was rehearsed for weeks. First with just Gallner and the cam op, and then gradually adding everyone else who would have to be there on and off screen. In the end, they only had to stitch together 2 different shots to make it appear seamless. The indoor parts were shot on a handheld camera, and the second shot comes in during that stunt, when Gallner takes the action outside. That part of the shot was done with a camera on a crane to get the height and movement they needed. And while the car kill looks brutal in the final cut, on set, Gallner was hit by football pads covered in blue screen material.
Kyle, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
Of course he's fine. He's a kill count vet. He's been here plenty of times before. The movie then cuts to another kill count vet, Drew Barrymore, on the Drew Barrymore Show. It's a pretty accurate depiction of her actual show, except Drew's not quite as touchy here. Her guest is pop star Sky Riley in her first public appearance since an accident 1 year ago that killed her boyfriend, actor Paul Hudson. Since then, she's gotten sober and is ready to step back into the limelight. Look at how poised she is. On the outside, at least. She gives a sincere apology and announces a big national comeback tour. It'll be managed by her mama, Elizabeth. Oh, shit, wait, is Sky Huey's sister? Was Simon Pegg her dad? The accident damaged Sky both psychologically and physically, but because of her history with addiction, she can't get painkillers prescribed. And her under-the-table reserves just went down the drain. Against bedtime orders from her mom, she sneaks out of her place to get more pain relief from her dealer, none other than Lewis, the guy from the opening scene. He's an old high school